Let's continue Final Fantasy XVI, which is a very good video game that has nothing to do with a bunch of really awful movies. BB Dunwich, thank you for the 200 biddies! Oh, I have heard about Velocipaster! Yeah, there's literally, like, a pastor who's a velociraptor, right? I've heard it's really awful in, like, the best way. You'd need to have some spirits within to enjoy that thing, by which you mean drinking heavily. I mean, it looked pretty though, right? It looked really pretty. It looked so pretty. We want those to go towards hashtag cold you got it. Let me throw that in there for you. My brain is just bam. Done. Got him. So last time on Final Fantasy XVI, I was looking for this S-rank hunt, but then I also happened to come across this stone, and it's glowing and stuff, and I found out there are trials, which I didn't know existed. So that's pretty cool. So I'm gonna try it. Before I do, though, I'm gonna very quickly turn off my air conditioner because I'm freezing! Freezing! God damn! You'd rather play Final Fantasy VIII and draw 100 of every spell from monsters manually than go through watching that again. Man, you were not a fan, huh? I don't even know if I actually watched the end of Spirits Within. I legitimately am unsure if I ever finished it. I feel like it was one of those movies that I convinced my parents to rent, and then it was really awful, so I either like fell asleep or we didn't finish it. I'm not sure which. So let's figure out what these trial thingies are about. Apparently I'm only allowed to use Titan powers. Hi Ollie. I love you, bud, but I'm not wearing sleeves today, and my shoulders are going to get scratched to hell. Not so bad. But I think what you want is... Don't worry, we're just gonna take care of all the things before we start the timed trial. I've actually never seen the entirety of the animated movie of Lord of the Rings. I've seen the animated Hobbit one, and I remember as a child enjoying it. But I'm actually not sure if I've ever seen any of the Lord of the Rings one. Like, I think I've seen clips, but that's about it. At least when you draw 100 of every spell, you have something to show for it. Fuck. Also, I just realized that has a bar. Maybe I should have paid more attention to that. I don't know, they didn't give me wind-up. Yeah, so... Oh, well, okay. Oh god, I'm bad at this apparently. Wow, I'm bad at this. This is literally just the first stage, and I can't even do that. I guess you really have to do this. Okay.
Nice try.
Oh, okay.
Enough. It's over. Enough. Farewell.
Good gravy boats. I don't like it. And there's still more! That's the problem! That was only the first freaking stage! Oh my god. Hi Venom, how are you doing? Did I see the awful Lord of the Rings secret lair that Wizards put out? No? Oh no! It uses images from the animated film and it's awful. No, I haven't seen that at all. Hey chat, does anybody happen to know how long these are? And like, is this something you get for doing this? 'Cause this is...
Enough.
Oh shit, they did get me lined up now instead of the other one. I didn't realize that it changed. Ah, neat. There's like no fucking way, dude. Nah. I'm gonna say no. This is trash. I hate it. Nope, not doing it. Fuck that. No thanks. I'm good. I don't want to do that. Alright, let's see if I can figure out where this, hunt is. Hi, Paramount. Yeah, it just seems hard as a rock. I agree. Also, I thought I saw... Where's she gone? Anyway. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Not worth it. Hey, Robomagus, how are you doing? Oh yeah, I think my other idea was maybe it's actually in the southern Valkyrie Desert, because it didn't say the southern Valkyrie Desert, but like, it also just said the Valkyrie Desert, and that wasn't like an official location, so...
Everything's back the way it was.
You just pulled the Murasami and Ever Crisis. Nice, Barry. Congrats. Yeah, I mean, I probably could have hummus, but I also don't really like a lot of Titan's powers. Like, they're just not my playstyle. So it's one of those things where I could see how that would be like a good challenge in general. I just don't think that it is a challenge for me. I don't think that I particularly care for it, so I will pass. So let's see. This is just corner. I don't think. Yeah, this is just where like one of those other side quests was. So I don't think that's gonna be helpful. Oh, it's basically like a charge up version of Ignition? That's cool. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna walk around and see if I can find this thing on path anywhere. I believe it's a what's it called? The Manticore. I'm pretty sure it was a Manticore. Hey, Camaro girl, how are you doing? Yeah, and I think I don't remember if I actually came this way, but I feel like I remember it maybe being feasible that it's this way because of the etheric flood? No, because that's, yeah, there's an Akashic Salamander, and then this is like sort of a dead end. Yeah, so I have been here. Oh, thanks! That's just what I needed, was having to deal with you. Fart. Hey, Pinecone. Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you? We're doing something in the background, but oh, my channel's your guilty pleasure. Well, hey, thanks for having us on in the background. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, Earthen Fists is really solid, and that is accidentally a rock joke, but.
Fly, Ambrosia.
have no frickin' idea where this guy is.
All right.
No. Is there any other thing that's labeled the Velcroy Desert other than no? It's just these three, so I have no frickin' idea. I don't remember if I found anything over here before.
This is no time to ride.
Sure it is. Why wouldn't it be a time to ride? Every time is a time to ride, if you ride. I mean, I guess I could just pick up the side quests and look for the hunt on the side. That's probably the smarter thing to do, instead of what I'm doing, which is just mindlessly bashing my head into a wall trying to find this thing. Okay, this is that camp. And I don't see anything else here other than what we had already done here. Right? Nope. I don't see shit. Yeah, my only other thought is this weird section over here.
Run like the wind.
Ride like the wind, bullseye! I can't help thinking of that every single time. Not there. How are y'all doing, by the way? How's everybody's Saturday going?
No mistakes. Time to fight.
Like, oh yeah, this was that area that had like the hot springs where I fought some bomb for a quest. But yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything else here. Yeah, just regular dudes. I'm gonna go back. I'm actually gonna go back real quick and reread the description for this hunt and see if there was something that I just like didn't write down. You got a few things that need doing, but okay. You're just going well. Oh, just modding Cyberpunk again? Are the mods good for that?
Lumps, the lot of them.
You're working on reading through One Piece. You just hit one of the longest arcs in the manga. Oh, so you're mentally preparing yourself. Oh. Yeah, this is a lot. I'll probably never get around to watching or reading One Piece. Mm-hmm. Mirage, a phantasm brought about by the desert heat. Dude, I have no idea! I think I'm gonna keep an eye out for it while I do these side quests. Oh, playing Conan Exiles. Oh, dang, I haven't played that in forever. You're doing swell in the middle of placing in a grocery order? Yay, food! There's so many good mods now, both for changing gameplay or cosmetic additions. Oh, for Cyberpunk. Cool! I love modding communities.
And that!
And this, and that, and some of those.
Clive! To what do I owe the pleasure? I just wanted to see how the town's been faring since you brought everyone together. Since we brought everyone together, all is absolutely wonderful. Conrad and Natalie's hands remain safely away from each other's throats.
That's
and
good.
Firmly at the helm. Our stores are full, and the bandits still too disorganized to raid them. Just as the good Lady Jane and Lord Underhill intended.
Are you a lord? Lubor's going to be one too. They're going to make him the Lord of Dalamil, because of how he stopped all the grown-ups from fighting.
It's the mayor of Dalamil, dear child, and the vote hasn't taken place just yet. But if the people wish me to lead them, I shall. And my first act will be to build a school so that menaces like you two learn not to interrupt your elders.
Aw, you're gonna build the
Speaking of
kids a
menaces,
school?
there may be a rather worrying one just over the horizon. May there indeed. I'm afraid the example Conrad and Natalie set in putting aside their differences and presenting a united front might have caught the bandits' attention. And they might have elected to take a similar approach. They have formed what one could call a League of Outlaws.
That
And they
does not
grow
sound
more
good.
organized by the day.
But we'll fight them all off just like last time. No matter how many of them there are, won't we, Lubor?
Of course we will. The longer we avoid facing this one, the more difficult it will be.
Look at
Until
that
the
kid
only way
crossing
to
his
overcome
arms
it
at the same
might
time as
be
Lubor.
to run for the hills. Our best hope, by finding those, perhaps...
Okay, so... Yeah, you want me to go
could I-
find these guys and beat
Victor,
the
I have
crap
him
out of
stationed
them?
by the desert gate. I'll go and...
You got it! Oh, you're mostly intending to get up to a specific chapter so you can play One Piece Odyssey, which you bought in January when
lord
it
and a
came
mayor?
out.
That's easy.
Oh, yeah, so you
One
can
of
play
them
it and not
swings
get
a
spoiled.
sword,
That makes
the
sense.
other forges them.
Also,
A
that's
League of
kind of cool,
Outlaws.
though, that you can, like, read the manga
like
and
we
play
have
the
some competition.
games alongside. I'd rather have a Moogle hat, personally, Tiger Mama.
Still in Dalamil, Victor.
Ah, Sid.
I thought you'd have returned to Cosnis by now.
I did. Then I came back. I've developed something of a fondness for the place. And having worked
Aw.
so hard to see it saved from one fate, it would seem remiss to abandon it to another. A sentiment Master Lubor certainly isn't shy about exploiting. Hence my doing...
You're not the only one.
What?
He asked for my aid, and he said that you might be...
Then you've come at just the right time. There are more camps in the vicinity, but we must...
All right.
There's one up...
Leave it with
Okay,
me.
just... Can I just beat the crap out of all of them?
Those ne'er-do-wells want to ban.
Do 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 do. Yeah, that's just a salamander. Like, I'm pretty sure that I've been through the southern Valkyrie Desert as well. And I'm just like, dude, I have no freaking idea. No freaking idea where this chimera is.
That must be the Camp Victor mentioned. Come on then, Toggle. Be safe.
Hello!
The one who killed Locke and Fingers. Take his head off.
Locke and Fingers? Wait, oh no! Locke was here! But Locke's my buddy. Oh, that's rude. Get out of here. Hi, Ollie. Hi, Raiders. Welcome. Welcome to this. Me side questing repeatedly instead of doing the main story like I should be or shouldn't be. I don't really know.
I'd better let Victor know.
Hi, Ollie.
Sid, where are you?
Also, Ollie is being very clingy today.
Ah,
What
I
is
see
it,
the bandits
buddy?
didn't pose you any trouble.
No, but that's not why you're here, is it?
No. Something's happened. We need you back in Dalimil.
What is it?
The whole town's in uproar. They're saying that Lubor is a bearer.
What?
Seems that one of our parties wasn't as thorough as they should have been. They let one of the bandits escape, and his escape route took him right through Dalimil. Some of the children spotted him, and he was about to silence them. And when Lubor felled him with a bolt of magic, and without a crystal.
But that's not possible.
Oh.
It is, if he's a bearer and has been hiding it all these years, which is what people are saying. If he has, well, I wouldn't blame him. No man is branded by choice. Still, all those people see is a man who's lied to them all his life. One who was made a leader of himself when the world believed he should have been a slave.
Fuck.
I don't know where we go from here, but I know one thing. Lubor needs all the friends he can get right now.
You're right.
And I need shoulder pads. Step up, Ollie. I need shoulder pads. Silly bird.
And now everyone knows. I made it a habit to keep a crystal close at hand for just such an occasion. And when that occasion arose, I forgot to reach for it. Well,
Oops.
it was bound to come out sooner or later.
We're sorry, Lubor. We tried to keep running, but we just couldn't anymore.
There's nothing to be sorry for. I rather enjoyed playing the hero for once. All that matters to me is that you two are safe.
Look at him talking to his betters like it's nothing.
All lies, I'll wager. Just like the ones he
Ugh.
fed us all these years.
Can I beat the crap out of these people?
Once people make up their minds, it's hard to change them. We need to do something, and quickly. Convince the people not to let their prejudices blind them.
You're right.
I'm glad you agree. I'm a Dalmek born and bred. They listen to me. You had to make Conrad and Natalie remember who Lubor really is. They know
Like,
that
yes.
Lubor and Lord Underhill...
Known someone for
I'll do what I
20
can.
years who's been a great guy, who's taken care of all the people in the
Lubor,
town. Oh,
stay
but you
here with
find
the
out he can
children.
use magic?
I can't promise
Time to
anything,
change
but
your entire worldview
try,
and opinion
and
on
that
him. Gross.
Why you taking the bearer's side?
Why do they always have to make such a fuss?
He knew all along that he was playing us for fools.
And
Forgive me for disturbing you, but could I have a moment of your time?
I've seen your face before.
as have I, Lord Underhill, wasn't it? Of the League of Merchants.
Yeah, something like that.
That's right. I wanted to speak to you about Lubor.
The rumors that he's a bearer. All true, I'm afraid.
He'll never be mayor now. Not if I have anything to do with it.
But what of his wares? Bearer or no, his steel is highly valued throughout the Republic. In this, at least, he's done the town a service. Might that not earn him a little leniency?
Leniency? He pretended to be one of us when he was laughing behind our backs all the while.
I'm sorry, my lord, but he lied to us. He lied to you. He cannot be trusted.
So what do you propose? Will you drive him from his home? Close his forge?
Y'all are
Perhaps.
cuckoo for cuckoo puffs.
That is a question for the people of Dalimil. And they will thank you not to get involved.
The townsfolk have made their minds up. There was nothing I could do.
Nor I. Conrad and Natalie refused to consider anything but their own wounded pride.
You never know. Once their anger is cooled, they might see things differently.
All right.
Well, now I feel really bad for Lubor.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
For a share in loot.
I assume the situation is hopeless?
There's still hope.
Also explains a lot of
But-
why he was friends with Sid. He was just trying to
But
protect the kids.
Perhaps not in this lifetime, I think it's fair to say.
You mustn't think like that, Lubor. Give them time. They'll come around. We'll talk some sense into them in the end, you'll see.
No, you won't. And your efforts would be better spent elsewhere.
But Lubor,
Rosina would often tell me that steel does not lie, that a blade is a reflection of the smith who forged it. To yourself be true, that was her point. Rather an ironic one when you consider that her life was taken with a blade of her own making. But I do not doubt that she was always true to herself and what she believed in, right to the end. And so must I be. I must do what I know to be right, no matter what others might think of me. And now, I know what that is. I must embrace my new role of villain so that the people of Dalimil have something to unite against. For only united can they hope to stand against the threat that awaits them. I'll need to make a suitably dramatic exit, of course.
Don't go, Lubor. You're the only one who was ever kind to us. We'll be all alone. Again.
Trust me, little ones, it is for the best that I go. Not only for the town, but for you, too.
how could it possibly be for the best? These children need you. The least you can do is give the townspeople a chance to change their minds.
They would
We
not
don't
take
really-
it, Victor.
yeah.
It's over.
Over,
We don't really
you say?
have time.
And so just like that, you're going to throw this town and these children to the wolves?
What else is
thought
he
you were
supposed
better
to
than
do,
this.
man?
But it seems
They're
you
all a
had
bunch
me
of
fooled as well.
Racists. Like,
Victor.
what?
Forget it. Do what you will.
You sure you're making the right choice, Lubor?
Of those available to me, I believe it's the best one. Yes. Ah, but where are my manners? Here, your reward for clearing out that bandit camp.
I don't really want
Right
a
then.
reward.
I have packing to do.
If there's anything I can do,
Now I'm sad.
anything.
I'll bear it in mind. Thank you.
Well, yeah, it's like, I mean, that's why Lubor is like, well, I guess I'll just be the villain that unites people because they don't have time. Like, the amount of time it would take to convince people to give Lubor another chance now that they've already made up their mind. Oh, he lied to us about being a bearer. Oh, as if that fucking matters. It doesn't. Ah! But now it's like, there's not enough time for that. Like, it would take decades for people to come around, and we don't have decades. Sucks. Feels sad. Oh, apparently they are.
These the scraps you're after.
Hi, Joyker. Yeah, I do admire Lubor for, like, probably far more maturity than anyone in that entire town. To be like, well, I can't just sit around being hurt that people no longer trust me because I'm a bearer. Like, I need to do what's right for me to do, and I just have to not care what people think of me. And for Lubor, what he feels is right for him is helping in any manner he can to bring the people of the town together so that they don't freaking die. So that the town can stay afloat. And it sucks that that is the only option for him, but I do admire him for doing that.
Lord Rosfield, is there aught the Undying might assist you with this day?
Perhaps. My brother said that your order was helping him with his quest to uncover Ultima's origins. Have you learned anything of note since last we spoke?
Little and less, I regret to report.
I see.
Be assured, however, that we will not rest until the truth is known. Even now, our archaeologians scour ruins in every corner of the realm for traces of Ultima's touch.
Fallen ruins, I take it.
Indeed. Ultima's thralls are oft sighted among the remnants of the fallen civilization, as if protecting the secrets concealed within.
Secrets we'd see unearthed.
Should our methods be of interest, my lord, mayhap it would please you to observe some of our number at work.
Would that be possible?
Of course. Perchance you are familiar with Kretov, a small hamlet built around a fallen airship. I was due to visit my colleagues there to if you would consent to do so.
Oh, sure. Why not?
All right.
They will be. Might I suggest you take the road through Titan's Wake? It will lead you straight to the village.
Thank you.
I wish you a safe journey, my lord.
Okay. Thanks, buddy. I'm certainly not gonna say no to a side quest where I can potentially learn something about Ultima. That's pretty dope.
A village built around an airship. Sounds like another lost wing. I hope the inhabitants are just as friendly.
Oh, yeah, actually. Interesting. This is a spot I have not been to yet. Very cool. I also really like the fact that it genuinely seems like in order to unlock some of the little sections of the map, you have to do like the side quests or get certain amount through the main story, and I think that's kind of cool that you start unlocking little extra sections of the map over time. It feels very Metroidvania-esque.
Let's go. Run like the wind. Time to fight.
Also, I would have teleported to that place that's a little bit closer, but I wanted to make sure that that hunt I'm looking for isn't on this path somewhere. Also, this is the wrong way. I went the wrong way. Just immediately went down the wrong path. I'm good at that. Really good at it. Like, 'cause technically the arrow's pointing that way, but you actually have to go around this way. Oh, okay, that's important. For a second I thought that was like a named enemy, because it kind of looked like the Man in Black hunt, and I was like, that's weird. Or, not the Man in Black hunt, one of the other ones that I can't think of the name of. Right, it's Helgaru. I had to stop to read the name of that thing. So, since this is an area that I've never been to, I'm also gonna see if there's anything extra over here. Ooh,
Straight
a
home
treasure chest. Level 43. Hell yeah. Nice, dude. What's in here? Ring of the Demolitionist. What does that do? What does that do? What does that do? Let's go find out. What does that do? Magic burst will damage by 15%. Interesting. depends
Ready,
on the
girl?
chest, Thomas. Some of them seem harder than others. That one wasn't too bad.
Faster!
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Don't get surrounded.
and walk around this like little circly area here, just to make sure that I don't miss that hunt. There's a hill gigas. Some kind of I don't know what that's for. But yeah, okay. It doesn't look like I'm missing anything here. Okay, dokie. Just keep going then. But I got a cool treasure chest. And maybe someday I will find that hunt I'm looking for. Maybe! Someday. No, this just looks like a teeny tiny little thing of spacey wacy. Nothing to actually look at here. Ooh, a teleport. Hooray! I'm home! Please don't be dead. Please don't literally be full of Akashic. Well, it's not full of Akashic, but everyone's dead, so that's bad. That's real bad.
You'll pay for this. There may still be survivors. Stay down!
Oh, I thought there was something behind me for a sec. Stuff.
Whatever that
Fool's
thing
gold.
is, I'd say it's their leader. Well done, Tom. To me, Flames!
Yay! Got him.
Should have stayed in the past. These must be Cyril's colleagues.
Yeah, that's...
You have our thanks, stranger.
Oh, Okay, some of you
Who
are
you?
still alive. That's good.
Ah, forgive me, my lord. I did not recognize you. You are Lord Rosfield, are you not? We are archaeologians, tasked with surveying this site. When the echoes appeared, our brothers here occupied their attentions. Thanks to them, and to you, we were, for a mercy, able to see our duty to its conclusion.
You call that a mercy? Your brothers might still be alive if you put their safety before your duty. Surely this survey wasn't worth dying for.
We are charged with uncovering Ultima's origins, a duty of the highest import, as I'm sure you will agree.
And you think your dead brothers would agree with you too?
I know they would. They gave their lives for the cause, an honor to which all Undying aspire. Now, to what do we owe the honor of your presence, Lord Marquis?
Cyril told me of your work here.
Yeah,
I see.
was just gonna
That
collect
is most...
the findings and... Could I see what you found? I sure hope it was worth their lives.
May the Firebird's flame burn ever in your heart, as it does in ours.
Okay.
It's one thing to lay down your life for another. But for a survey... I suppose I'd better get this back to Cyril.
I mean, if that's really how they felt... It still sucks. Well, hey, I guess at least this pathway is open now, so that's cool. Hooray! Shortcut thing. Oh no, that's a coral. Okay. Yeah, that's just a coral. Huh. That might actually be the entirety of this map now. Wow. Wait, did I go up here? Searchers Weft? Did I go up? Did I go up here with this hunt? I don't know. Oh, awesome. Hi, Luna.
Come on.
Well, I mean, the Undying are like an ancient order of basically like secret
Faster!
secret assistants slash fighters that are there. That are like working for the Rosfield family, and they saved Joshua's life like 18 years ago, so that's pretty cool.
Back to the stables, girl.
Hi, Okami, how are you doing? I mean, their oversight is basically Joshua, but here's the thing, it's like, I can't really judge them for letting two dudes die for this information, because the information that they're trying to get for us is about Ultima, who is literally trying to turn everyone into a mindless mana zombie. So if we can get, like, literally any information on him whatsoever, it's going to be helpful and may actually lead to people surviving opposed to, you know,
Alright.
not opposed to everyone being assimilated by Ultima, which would be bad. Okay, before I walk in there, just in case this is actually where this hunt is, I'm gonna save. Okay, apparently it is not. Bummer. I was hoping that would actually be it, but it looks like not. Okay. Select a booklet. You're doing good, Okami. I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing alright, thank you for asking.
What's happened? The guards at the gate are right on.
Oh wait, this is a different quest.
Ah, Clive. You'll be pleased to know that...
That is good news.
Yes. But I still have much, and you couldn't do me...
What is it this time?
Nothing like... I just need you to go over to the caravans and ask Elle how long we have until the bearers arrive. Find out exactly...
All right.
Thanks, Clive.
Caravans. Wait. That actually might help me find this hunt. Maybe. Oh my god, I wonder if it is in here somewhere. I'll be right back. Let me go turn in this quest in Tabor first. That's what I actually meant to do. Oh, do you mean like his like lack of empathy? Is that what you mean, Tiger Mama?
Yeah.
A scroll containing the preliminary findings of the Undying's ill-starred venture into the ruins of Kretov, sealed with the wax imprint of a phoenix feather.
My thanks. I shall study them, and inform you forthwith if I discover aught that might aid you in your fight against Ultima.
Thanks.
Cyril, your survey party suffered several losses in Kretov. Losses which could have been avoided, had the others not chosen to complete their work, instead of saving their friends. Were these your orders?
No. This was their choice. Every Undying devotes his life to the service of the Phoenix. It is our sole duty, and should we die in discharging it, so be it.
Even when death is avoidable.
My lord, I fear that this is not a point over which it would be fruitful to argue. The Undying have served the Phoenix for countless generations, and your opinion of our methods, however earnest, is not like to change them. We live to serve the Phoenix. Our very order exists for that purpose.
Cyril, I know that you and your brethren answer only to Joshua, but allow me to offer you a word of advice. It does not further the cause of the Phoenix to have his loyal followers surrender their lives without good reason. Provide your survey parties with an escort, that they might live to do their duty for years to come. Think not only of how you can serve the Phoenix, but how Joshua would want you to serve him. Please. For all our sakes.
I thank you for your advice, my lord. If you will permit me to respond, our faith in his grace, Joshua Rossfield, is absolute, and we of the Undying will do what we believe is right to fulfill our duty unto him. as first shield to the Phoenix, I am sure you understand what it means to do one's duty.
I do.
Then we are of the same mind.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, I definitely agree. The Undying does seem just a tad bit culty. A little bit. Reduces Ice Age cooldown time by 1.5 seconds. I don't even know if that's really worth it. Oh wait, no. I have Diamond Dust, that's right. Okay, well... I did finish another quest! Hooray! Oh, so it just says it's an S rank hummus, so there's not actually like a location listed. The description said in the Velcori Desert. If you wanted to Google it for yourself, it's called the Tricephalic Terror, TRICEPHALIC, Tricephalic Terror.
Don't blame yourself, Elle. I know, but no buts.
No buts. What if we want butts?
Is something wrong?
Vonnie came to give me a message from our intermediary. The
Hi,
talks
Lair,
with the
how are you?
Republican army have fallen through. They've reached an agreement with the Silver Peak Consortium instead. Though prices have fallen of late, we deliberately offered above the going rate to try and deter other bidders. But the Consortium offered double what we did, and the army jumped at the chance.
And you had no opportunity to make a counteroffer?
None at all.
Elle? What's happened? I saw Vonnie leaving. She didn't look happy.
And with good reason.
Hey Daniel, how are you doing? Oh, that was the one you had up. Nice, you're welcome.
But I thought we were the only ones the Fist was speaking to about the bearers. How did the Consortium even find out about this?
It's not so surprising. They have ears all over the Republic. This isn't over. The Consortium will have to sell these bearers eventually, and at the price they paid, buyers will be few and far between. I'm going to Randalar myself.
Alone? You sure that's wise?
Are you offering to be my bodyguard? How kind. Meet me at the checkpoint near the capital gates. You go to Cashlock, Theo, and even if I fail to free these bearers, there will be
I
someone
like how
needs to...
she was immediately like, "Oh, you're volunteering to protect me?"
Looks like I'm following orders till she gets back from meeting the Silver Peak Consortium, who've been doing their best to undermine our scheme. She'll never join them after this, surely. No, she said it herself. She still has plans for Cashlock, even if this one falls through. She means to stay with us then. I can't say I'm not happy to hear it, but... is this what she really wants?
You have to trust her.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. It's what she wants now. And if Elle's off fighting for the cause, I should do my part too. So I bid you farewell and safe travels, my friend. I'll gather my men and leave for Cashlock. You go to Randalar and see if you can stop my sister biting the Consortium's heads off. If she won't consider her prospects, someone has to.
I'll do my best.
I mean, you know.
All right. To Randalar, then. I'd better not
You
keep
gotta
Eloise
trust
waiting.
that people are telling you the truth about how they feel, because it's their responsibility to be honest with you about how they feel. That's why honesty is important, so you don't have to sit around second guessing whether or not somebody is going to actually tell you how they feel.
Good girl.
Oh, you've been better, but you're hanging in there. Well, I'm glad you're hanging in there at least, Daniel. I am very much enjoying this game. It's really good. Super freaking good. I'm also checking around here while I am here.
You deserve a rest.
Oh, I think I have to kill these first. Oh, there's a treasure chest up here. Ancient sword? Well, I feel like this is probably something that would have really come in handy however long ago it was that I was supposed to find this. Yeah, long ass time ago. Woo! Oh well. Yeah, I just completely missed that before when I was up here. Funny how that happens sometimes. Oh yeah, and the nice goblins. Hello! Yeah, I was trying to do all the side quests and I just didn't even see it. Oh well, that's not really the end of the world.
Ready, go? Faster! Time to fight.
Guess it's not here either. Someday I'll find this hunt. Someday. Maybe. Okay. Before I talk to Elle though, we've been live for a little over 2 hours and I'm super duper out of coffee. So I'm gonna go ahead and take my first quick break here, stretch my legs, get like a cup of tea or something, and then when we come back, we will continue side questing so that perhaps in a little while we can get back to the main story. Don't go too far, or if you do, just come back because there will be more video games and shenanigans. Thank y'all for hanging out. Alrighty, y'all, I am back. Thank you so much for waiting. I hope you had a nice break. I got some water. And also, there is a sleepy kitty next to me. There's a sleepy kitty next to me. And I got my jacket because it's actually kind of cold. Like, it's cold again, and I don't know what's happening, but it's cold again. A crystal. Hi and bye. Hello and goodbye. I'm sure we'll probably see you tomorrow for not Final Fantasy XVI. It's cold. I got my Star Wars jacket. Okay. I guess we'll keep doing this side quest. Thank you for the welcome backs. Hi, Hyperviolets. How are you? You're jealous? You wish it was cold here. It's still in the 80s and almost 11:30 p.m. Oh no, I'm sorry, Harley. It's been like on the warmer end here as well, but for whatever reason today it's been cooler.
I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Did you arrange to speak with the consortium?
Here they are now.
You wish to consult with me?
I did. It's about the bearers you recently purchased from the Fist. We had all but finished making arrangements to buy them ourselves, and then you stepped into the fray.
You misunderstand. The consortium had an interest in purchasing them from the very first. It was only our regard for you that kept us from bidding. But your hesitancy in accepting our offer to you suggested that the regard was not neutral. And so we resumed our business.
Basically,
I did not hesitate. I am simply not inclined to make such
y'all were
decisions without first giving them due consideration.
Yeah, basically she didn't want to
But what is
immediately
done is
say
done.
she would join you.
Come then.
So,
how much do you want for them?
now you're
Alas,
being
you are too late yet again. We rarely take on such unconventional merchandise without a purchaser in mind.
Gross!
The bearers belong to him now.
Who's your buyer?
him?
A trader from across the water. A most demanding fellow, if it's any consolation. He insisted the bearers be fed, dressed, even given their own bunks for the voyage over. That's what you get when you deal with continental types.
I wouldn't know.
Oh yes, the culture on the continent is quite different to ours. They pay good money for bearers not fit for the knacker's yard, and treat them like kings. But as long as they pay...
That does sound unusual. No matter then. If they've already left our shores, there's little that can be done. Allow me to withdraw my interest. And with it, my interest in joining your organization.
My associates will be sorry to hear that.
Maybe Byron, but I don't know. Not sure. Byron's also, I think, a little busy dealing with trying to like pull together Rosaria. So I don't really know.
I'm sorry you weren't able to save them.
As am I. But I only have myself to blame. He was right, you see. The Silver Peak Consortium did intend to buy those bearers before I did. Their representative hinted at a possible purchase when he came to recruit me. I feigned interest in joining them in the hope he might be encouraged to tell me more. And he did just that. As soon as he left, I sent my own offer to Randalar.
So you never...
No. I entertained the consortium's proposal solely so I could learn more about those bearers. But I was a fool to think they wouldn't find out. I knew exactly who I was dealing with.
You tried.
I did. And if what he said was true, the bearers are to be well treated. Which is something, at least. But they deserved more. I wanted so badly to see them freed.
Eloise! Eloise! Word from Cashlock. The village is under attack. A pack of beasts have come down from the mountains, and there's a dragon at its head. Theo and the others are trying to hold them off as best they can, but the odds are against them. They need help.
Theo.
I'll go on ahead.
Thank you, Clara. I'll gather some men and join.
Okay. Time to go beat up a dragon.
Hold on, Theo. I'm coming.
Oh, it's definitely heavily implied, Harley, that the
Come on.
consortium found it strange and annoying that the buyer wanted them to provide the bearers with clothes and food and like proper beds and stuff. So yeah, it definitely sounds like they're at least being treated a lot better than they would be like most other people.
Right.
Hopefully that's a good sign.
No need to ride from here. Where's Theodore?
Upriver!
He led the dragon that way to keep it from the village, but the whole area's flooded with ether.
Oh,
Just have to pray he makes it out in one piece.
I can do better than that. Torgal, with me.
Why do people that we know... Oh, hey! Oh, that's what that spot's for. Okay. Awesome. For real, though, why do people that we know and care about their lives have to keep risking it by going into flooded areas? Like, could you not do that? You could have not done that. Hey, Zachrin, how are you doing today? Hi, Dub, how are you? And why do people is always a real good question. I never know. Like, I respect you wanted to be a hero and all, but why go into etherically dense area when you know damn well you're not going to be able to survive in it for more than like 5 minutes?
Time to fight.
Stay down.
You're good? You're here for video games and shenanigans, and you're all out of video games. Well, we got those! I can provide the video games. I got you. Oh, hey, look! Lots of monsters. Goody.
Damn it. The ether's too thick. These creatures have already turned. I can't waste any more time. I need to find Theodore before that dragon does. Looks like it's found me.
Yay! Etheric dragon.
This thing's turned as well.
Heron
easy.
Well, at least he's level 36, not level 50.
Nice try. Come on. I needed that.
She's not dead. We didn't have to kill her. She just gave us her powers so that we could carry her part of the burden for her. Because we needed more power because we got our ass handed to us by Odin. Again. But she's fine.
Too slow. Fine hound.
Oh, also what was nice is they had Clive and Jill had like this really sweet intimate scene. They finally kissed! They also finally kissed.
Clive? Theodore, you had me worried for...
Uh-oh. Oh no.
We have to get you out of here.
Oh no.
I think it might be a little too late for that.
No, Theo!
Dara or no, there's only so much ether a man can take, and that Drake just wouldn't let me leave. You have my thanks, Sid, for finishing what I could not. For keeping Elle's dream. Theodore!
Well, now I'm fucking sad.
Don't make me do this.
Stop it, Theo! Stop!
Stay back, Eloise! He's turned. And so will you!
What?
Take care of my sister. Theodore, wait. Goodbye. Elle.
Please don't do this.
Thank you, Clive. I think I'll be all right now.
That was true bravery he showed. Leading the dragon away from the village like that. His first instinct was always to protect people. To put others' well-being before his own.
And now he's gone. Because I sent him to that place, against his will.
It wasn't against his will. He was ready to do whatever it took to show you he could stand on his own. So that you would finally be free to live your own life.
To live my own life? He never could come to terms with the choice I made.
What exactly happened? You once told me Theo was the first bearer you ever helped.
We grew up in Canva. We were born to one of the great trading houses. And I was chosen to inherit the family business. I had my father's head for figures, you see. Theo did not. While I studied the art of commerce, he played at soldiers instead. A late bloomer, in more ways than one. For unlike most bearers, it wasn't until his 15th summer that his powers awakened. My parents tried to drive him out of the house and into the care of the constables. But before they could, I took him into mine.
Theo told me something else. He clearly admired your devotion to the cause of freeing others like him from slavery. But he said you deserved a better life than this. He wanted to free you from what he called your bonds, just as you freed him from his.
I would be lying if I said I had not wondered from time to time how much easier my life might have been if I had allowed Theo to be taken and devoted myself to the family business instead. But I have never regretted the decision I made. Being with my brother meant more to me than tradition or reputation. I only had to look at him to remind myself of that night and the choice I made and the fact that I would make the same choice again in a heartbeat. He was never a burden. How could he even think that? If anything, I was the one who weighed him down.
You weren't, Eloise. He said it himself, that he had always been grateful to you for saving him, and that he wanted to repay you by letting you live the life you were denied. Neither you nor Theo weighed each other down. You loved one another. You did whatever was necessary to continue living your lives together, and you always would have.
You're right. All I ever wanted, all I ever did, it was so we could be together. Oh, Theo, why did you have to...
I'm sorry, in what way are the side quests in this game supposedly lacking depth? Who are these people
Theo
complaining?
Wanted me to move on.
Did they pay any
But I'm
attention
staying
at
here
all?
at the Crimson Caravans to continue our work. We can make a difference here. We can help people. Save them. I need nothing more from life than that. So I'll carry on doing what we do. Ensuring that goods, people, bearers get where they need to be. Bringing smiles to people's faces, just like we always have. And to Theo's, wherever he is. This is the life I have chosen. The life I will always choose.
I've made a choice of my own. To continue helping you however I can. Whenever you need it.
Thank you, Clive. Let's go on together then. For Theodore.
Crimson Caravan signboard. The emblem of the Crimson Caravans, porters of wide renown, they are based in Bocklid, where traders from across Valisthea flock to browse the thousand tables and transport their wares either throughout the Dominion or on down the Crystal Road to the lands beyond.
Eloise isn't the type to give up.
Well, I'm sad now. Yeah, I know, right, Barry? It's almost as if in order to get an emotional payoff, you have to invest time and effort into something. Shocking, I know. Ugh. Whatever. Not my chair, not my problem. I get to enjoy this game. Hi, Zeldin, how are you doing? It'll never not be funny to me, though, people claiming that things like Final Fantasy XVI are not Final Fantasy, when I'm like, sweetie, Final Fantasy is literally a series about evolving and changing and trying new things, and it always has been, and it always will be. And if you don't understand that, well, that's not really my problem. I just figured I might as well check over here for that hunt, because I don't know that I actually did walk all the way over here. I don't know if I actually did. There's a salamander. But, yeah, it does not look like the hunt that I'm looking for. Absolutely no frickin' idea where that would be still. See, it looks like we've got a quest in Northreach, and then that's it. I mean, also Venom, to be fair. Yeah, you're right. They were very transparent about what Final Fantasy XVI was going to be. Also, they've been moving towards more action-based since Final Fantasy X. Like, to be honest, I think the only reason why Final Fantasy stayed turn-based as long as it did is the kind of developments they wanted to do in the gameplay would require them to not really focus on changing that. Like, turn-based was still the best way for them to do the things they wanted to do.
Was that shouting I heard from the barracks?
Hi, Simmer, how are you?
Do you think he was the only one who survived?
Yeah, some folks just like to complain, and that's why
And you're just gonna fall
I don't
into
worry about them. They're not my problem.
I don't trust this Duke.
Instead,
Clive,
I get
what
to
am I
enjoy
to
Final
do?
Fantasy XVI
My
all to
wards
myself.
and I may soon be without a home.
What's happened?
The High Cardinal has descended from his lofty throne and taken up residence here in Northreach.
The High Cardinal?
Leader of the Council of Elders, second only to his Radiance at the head of the Imperial government. Not that any of those things still exist. Now he goes by his noble title, the Duke of Oriflamme.
And what does he want with Northreach?
He wants to transform it into a military stronghold.
Ew.
A foundation upon which to build a new Sambrec.
Ew.
He's already secured the support of the various army remnants, with promises that they shall be afforded the respect they deserve in his empire.
Hi, Annies.
One built
How
on
are
the
you doing
confiscated
today?
property of the people.
He would rob the populace to pay for it.
Believe me, I have used every means of persuasion to discourage him from this folly. But for whatever reason, he will not listen to me.
What does Captain Philippe make of this? When the town was under attack, it was him the soldiers rallied around. Couldn't he use that influence again?
How?
Sorry,
By
don't mind
speaking
me.
out
I'm
against
just
one of the
bobbing
most
my head
powerful
over
men in
here
Sambrec.
to
A
the
man
battle
whose
theme,
stated aim
which is
is to
currently
revive
still
the
running
empire
through my head
Philippe's
because
comrades
it's a bop.
swore to serve, and to improve the soldiers' lot within it. The captain can offer them a regular supply of gruel. No. But given the mood of Clive, would you for yourself and well,
Yeah, I'll talk to him.
I'll see what
Under
I can
new
tell me in the
management.
garrison. All right.
Yeah, exactly, Tonberry. It's like there's like a billion video games.
I may have
There's
met
new
this
ones
Duke
coming out
before,
every day.
at the remembrance ceremony. Let's hope I
Much
didn't make a
better
strong
use of
impression.
your time to, if you don't like something, just go play something else you do like.
It's not only control of the garrison he wants.
Stop liking what I don't like! Okay, I'm sorry,
We
Dove.
already have a leader in the Dane.
I'm sorry. What am I supposed to like then?
Halt.
What thing am I supposed to like instead?
Oh, sorry about that. You're the dame's man, aren't you? You got some business with the captain?
No,
Oh
actually,
yeah, FF16's awesome.
with the Duke.
I'm glad to hear you're doing
I was
alright.
hoping I might be able to speak with him.
We're under orders not to let any civilians pass. But you should be all right. His Eminence just wait here.
His Eminence. Mm-hmm.
So, you are the sellsword who lent his aid to the garrison. The Empire owes you a debt. But tell me, is it wealth that you seek or favor?
Neither, Your
Neither?
Eminence. I thought only to inquire about your plan to turn Northreach into a stronghold.
Ah, I see. You are worried the expanded garrison will render your services redundant. Yet you
No.
needn't be. A proud fighting man like yourself shall always have a place here.
This guy's
Pride of
definitely got his
place,
head up
in
his
fact.
own ass.
For too long has the contribution of the noble soldier been under-reckoned.
Oh, you like
no
this
more.
game? Well, that's
For
great,
it
so
is
do
they
I.
who shall see
Nice,
the
I can
Holy
keep liking
Empire
it.
rebuilt, beginning right here in Northreach.
Why here, Your Eminence?
Sorry, all I hear from
The
this
town
guy
has
is
been
wah,
fortunate
wah,
enough to escape
wah,
largely
wah.
unscathed from the recent troubles. Her defenses are sound and her garrison well prepared. Which is more than can be said for Oriflamme or Twinside. The Empire wants for a capital, and I believe Northreach to be the perfect place. With Caer Norvent as her citadel. We need only... Plans are soon enough. These thralls shall learn that they are no match for the might of Sanbreque.
I fear you underestimate how dangerous these creatures are, Your Eminence. Should they return in force, you will need all the people of Northreach to come together in defense of the town. Something they may be loath to do if they've been deprived of their worldly goods.
The people will do as their leaders command. If Sanbreque is to be rebuilt, she will require a functioning government. One whose authority is beyond question. That is why this levy is necessary.
God,
so that
sweetie,
any man
it's
who
like
wishes to join the army
like
might
this is your
do
first
so
time
and be fed,
outside.
outfitted, and paid as befits a defender of the Empire.
Have you ever talked to the people that you give orders
who
to?
persist in peddling the treasonous lie that I seek to steal from the people and drive them from their homes.
Isn't that basically what you're doing?
Suspect they're afraid of losing what little they have left.
Precisely. The common folk have little and less, and you mean to deprive them of even that.
Nice
You would sow the seeds of your new empire in your own salted earth.
Sabine, we have discussed this.
Yes, and I told you then how putting the empire before her citizens would lead only to revolt.
Without an empire, there are no citizens.
And in yours, there will be only beggars. Is that what Griga wills for her people?
Do not take her name in vain, Sabine.
I'll come back later.
Have a good one. Thanks for coming by. I'll be playing not FF16 tomorrow.
The citizens revolt.
Also, let me know if you want those bits to go towards hot or cold for our lovely cartoon egg, who is currently in the hot section of things. Just look at that nice lava fire, lava, fire. I lava the fire.
What the people really think of the Duke's plan. It wouldn't hurt to ask them, I suppose. Let's begin with those on the other side of the wall.
That guy was real upset at Sabine yelling at him. But you know what? She had a really good reason to yell. He was acting like a douchebag.
Do you think he was the only one who survived?
Hot for the egg? You got it. You got it. I can add those in for you. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Bloop.
Was that shouting I heard from the barracks?
Could be true.
All right there.
Just your opinion, actually. I wondered what you thought of the Duke of Oriflamme.
Does Sabine have blitzes?
Not
I
much.
hope
It's
so.
thanks to nobles like him that we had to set up shop this side of the wall in the first place. Couldn't have the rabble getting any closer to the holy capital, could they? And now he's trying to drive us out completely, threatening to take everything we got from us if we don't clear off. If the dame said she wanted him run out of town, I'd be straight through that checkpoint, tar bucket in hand.
Yeah, they don't like this guy.
The Dominion's all but done
No, I haven't
for.
gotten the Genji glove yet. We're still quite a few points away from it.
I've been hearing a lot of talk about a certain Duke.
Nothing going around, and with hardly a word to the dame.
I take it you'd rather...
As far just need his eminence.
Sawed off! Lost Creek? Yeah, I'm still gonna be like, I don't know, like 600 or 900 points away, even after finishing this quest.
A question, if you don't mind. What do you think of the Duke of Oriflamme?
build a life for yourself somewhere?
If he thinks his nay will do.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Well, the people
Yeah,
seem
they don't
united
like this
enough.
guy.
What about the soldiers?
I may have to ask for a point in the right direction for this hunt, though, because I can't seem to find it at all.
Do you think he was the only
Like,
one?
I'm wondering if maybe I even know where
you're
the
just gonna
fuck,
fall
like,
into
can I
line.
even get to it? It's an S rank
Excuse me,
hunt.
do you have-
It's
I
for a
wanted to-
chimera?
I mean, the trade think that... And if...
It's not only control
Hi,
of the
Vora, how are you
garrison
doing?
wants,
We already have a leader in the Dane.
I feel like I've walked all over the desert and I haven't actually seen it.
One at a time now.
So
There's enough
I'm
for
obviously
everyone.
missing something.
You're the one who's...
On the dame's behalf,
Yeah.
yes. What do you think of...
I'm a soldier, mate. Listen, I've got nothing but respect. That's where my... If did you...
Yeah, no, you're a soldier. Got it. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Gotta do your thing.
I hear the Duke of Oriflamme plan. Do you think that's a...
It's not. All I know is that, look, once Sandbreck is back on her feet, we'll all reap the benefits.
Let's see what Philippe makes of all this.
Sabine, you are embarrassing me.
Good. She should be embarrassing you.
A whole day to dry some bloody...
A whole day to dry some linens. Oh no, you don't have wind anymore. Sad.
Welcome back. Wraiths give you any trouble?
Captain, do you have a moment?
For you? Certainly. Clive, wasn't it?
Possibly, Hummus.
Thank you for last
I
time.
can't seem to
How can I
find
help?
it
I
anywhere.
wanted to ask you, do you intend to...
To tell you that it's my sworn duty as a captain of the Imperial Army to obey his orders. But I can't say I agree with him.
Philippe, I remember you saying that you became a soldier to protect the people you loved. The dame included.
That's right. I did.
Well, she doesn't agree with the Duke's orders either. She thinks they could tear Northreach apart.
You're tearing me apart!
Thank you, Clive, protecting the people I love. Well, thanks again.
Hooray! Getting everyone to ignore this one noble guy who's kind of a jerk.
It seems Philippe wants to do the right thing at least. I expect Isabel will be pleased to hear that, if nothing else.
Well, what do you think?
Ah, were you able to...
I was.
I was, but he was a douchebag.
So Northreach is to be a fortress after all. Well, it will certainly help to hold back the thralls. There's no denying that. Though I doubt it will come as much consolation to the townspeople whose worldly goods are confiscated to pay for it. They deserve to be heard, Clive.
Sadly, His Eminence values their obedience more than their opinions, and hopes to reassert the authority of the state. I fear he sees the people as mere pawns on his chessboard to be sacrificed for the greater good. Needless to say, they themselves are of a different opinion. The soldiers, meanwhile, and not just because of the Duke's rank, but because of his vision.
I thought as much. Had I sworn to protect Sandbreck, I dare say I too would want nothing more than to see it rise from the ashes. Thank you for trying.
I don't know about...
What happened to your uniform?
I handed it in, along with my resignation. Told the lads I wished them well, but that I owe it to those I love to call it a day.
Wow.
Why?
Because I realized what really matters to me. Not following some nobleman's orders for the sake of it, but protecting what I care about. Protecting Northreach. I honestly don't know when those monsters will return, but I'm certain they're not finished with us yet. And when they do come back, we need to be ready for them.
Man,
We need to stand
Philippe
together.
literally just
all of us.
handing in his resignation.
With you
Like,
to lead us, milady.
nah,
can do
y'all
it.
look like I'm going down a path
you who
that
finally convinced
I
me, Clive.
cannot personally
There's no
choose.
point following orders
So,
if they go against
peace
everything
out.
you believe.
Indeed.
Yeah.
All of us standing together.
Mm-hmm.
That has always been Northreach's best hope, and one which still lies within our grasp. We have only to turn our attentions to the true enemy. Thank you, Philippe, for showing me what I must do.
Anything for you, milady. Speaking of standing together, would you mind if I borrowed a few of the lads from the Vale to help keep watch around the town?
Oh,
I
you just
fear
finished
His
the game
Eminence
earlier today?
has
Nice,
loftier
boy. I hope you
tasks in
enjoyed
mind
it.
for the guard.
Not at all.
Wouldn't be the
Okay. Well, at least we helped something.
There may be hope for Northreach yet. Especially with men like you and Philippe to champion our... I, for my part, shall continue to work upon the Duke, in the stubborn belief that I might still tempt him into joining hands. But I suspect I shall have to call upon your aid again. Until then, Clive.
Until then.
I helped. That put me over 2,000 community points too. Which I know I can definitely go get one reward at least. That's also literally every side quest that I had available that are done. It's your, wow, your favorite single-player Final Fantasy now, just barely edging out Tactics and Final Fantasy VIII, which have warred for that spot since time immemorial. Dude, that's great to hear,
Welcome
though, you
to the
liked it
Patron's
that
Whisper.
much.
Your benefactors are a generous lot.
Faith undying. We are the shadows that quicken in the Firebird's wake, and from the shadows do serve our Lord and those who would be his wings. The undying.
Here you are.
So, oh, okay, it's 2365. That's actually not as high as I was thinking. So, yeah, we're 360 renown away from being able to get Genji gloves. What is this item? Ah, interesting. Oh yeah, Northreach is the name of the town in Octopath 1, you're right. Yeah, the hunt description is literally just this. A caravan of traders traversing the Velcroy told me of a colossal beast they had encountered on their journey. To hear them tell it, it had the aspect of a dragon, a lion, and a scorpion all at once. I contested that it might be naught but a mirage, a phantasm brought about by the desert heat, but the sweat which ran down their foreheads was cold, and the fear in their eyes real. So I'm thinking that maybe it's not actually in the Velcroy. It's just like because like here's the Velcroy desert one, right? So like I'm tempted to go backwards and see. Like how? Let's see. I'm trying to think how we originally got here, and I guess it must have been from Hawk's Cry Cliff? Because it was just on their journey, so it could pretty much be anywhere where there are caravanners, just on the general roads of Velcroy, I would think. I mean, I thought I pretty much searched, like, the entirety of the desert. I searched a lot of places. Yeah, I would take a yes/no on whether or not it's actually in the Velcroy Desert. Okay, it is in the Velcroy. I don't know where the hell I missed it then. I thought I literally went everywhere. But, I mean, I guess I must not have? I'm just like, well, where did I miss then?
Run like the wind. Time to fight.
I'm guessing that it must not be one that's like where you can see it from a distance. I'm guessing it's one that like jumps down from somewhere or appears in a cutscene or something. Because then I feel like I would have seen it, you know? Dude, unless it's really something as silly as like I have to kill the things in here, but I feel like that's been the case with something else. This is where the caravanners used to hang out. Yeah, I don't know. I might need some kind of hint, because I cannot fucking figure this out to save my life. That description that they give you is super unhelpful. I don't know. I didn't have like any trouble at all finding the other S ranks though. I don't know why this one in particular is just not at all. Like my brain's like, nah dog, I don't know what this is. I don't know what you're talking about. The Eastmost Peninsula is the secret. It's a secret to everyone. You must master it. Yeah, Ollie does bark sometimes. Everyone has that with at least one of the S ranks. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that, like, some might click with you and then others might not. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I thought I had been all over the place here. Like, there's obviously something I must be missing. Obviously. Don't know what it is. I swear to God, if that's it, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. That actually does look like it. Yeah. Never mind, I think I found it. Cool, I found the one area that I guess I didn't actually check! Ah!
Straight home now.
Son of a bitch. Gargantuan Poppy Seed. Hi Poppy, how are you doing? Welcome to I finally found that hunt I was looking for. Gorgamera. Oh good. I am mad!
We're not gonna outrun this one. Stay close, Torvald.
Also, I guess, since this is an S rank, I should probably... You're gay? What? do need one of those. I was thinking of gifting a set of Venom. Sweet. Got it. Well, I do wish Venom that it would let me play ads manually instead of using the ad manager to get the 55% ad revenue. Unfortunately not. And just being open and honest at this time, I definitely need that to keep streaming full time.
Nicks and lumps.
So I don't have any. I got nothing.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Come again. I may have more for you.
Like, I could opt out of that program, which I had been for a really, really long time, and just been only playing ads manually when I'm going on breaks, but the 25% increase is actually a huge fucking difference.
I still say it were a compliment.
It just
say it all you like. It doesn't.
It sucks, but also there would be even less time that people would get to see my stream if I didn't, because I'd probably have to find other means of making the ends meet. I do like the mini player. I have that on, so hopefully it's there most, if not all, the time, so that you can still see things that are happening.
Ah, Clive. I was wondering when you'd arrive. Please tell me you've come to take out...
I do try to delay them if I'm in the middle of something cool and important. But I can only see it on my dashboard, and sometimes I miss it if I'm in the middle of something like a boss fight. What's nice, though, I did see that at TwitchCon Paris, they said that they're adding a pop-up window in chat that I alone will be able to see. That'll let me know, like, hey, you have an ad coming up in the next 5 minutes, and it'll have a button, like the snooze button there as well, so it's a lot easier for me to see, and that'll be nice. Hi, Ultimates, how are you doing today?
Young prodigy here off my hands.
I'm not here for Mid. I need information on Ash.
Then why not ask Molly if you can look in one of her ovens? Go on.
As soon as the Enterprise is ready, we'll be setting out for Drake's Spine. And we're going to need a safe place to land.
Preferably one that won't see my ship blown to shit and splinters.
If it were that easy, do you think Waloed would have resisted invasion for so long? Very little is known of Ash, and the information we do have is spotty and outdated. We have the good King Barnabas to thank for that. Waloed's borders have been closed to outsiders since the day he seized the throne. If there is anywhere safe to land, you won't find it on my map.
Then tell us what we will find. I'm sure you know better than we do.
But no splinters.
What if I want splinters?
All right. If it will get you out of my hair.
Oh yeah,
But
by the way, because it's been literally like hours and hours and also like 2 days since the last time we did a main story quest. I think we were coming to Vivian to ask her plans for like, well, how do we get
and it's
to
over.
Ash?
Understood.
Because we want to punch a crystal right in its jugular. Right in its ding-dong crystal jugular.
Barnabas Thom, the one they call the Last King. Understand him, and you will understand the kingdom of Waloed. Barnabas was only a boy when he arrived from beyond the southern seas, and barely a man before he united the ragged tribes of Ash. And having unleashed them upon the formidable Veldemark, he set his throne upon the ancient kingdom's ruins. The victory sent shockwaves around Valisthea, tales of Odin's might spreading through every court, parlor, and drinking hole in the realm. Note that this was in the year 843, and that the king still sits upon his throne some 40 years later, quite untouched by time. Waloed's recent inaction left many wondering if Odin had lost his appetite for war. And yet here we are. The Einherjar was committed to the fray.
Must be Ultima's
a
doing.
bold declaration of intent. Orcs swarm around Drake's Fang, and throngs of Akashic haunt Canvas streets. Though how precisely the havoc they wreak serves Waloed remains unclear. Regardless, if the order to attack truly came from King Barnabas, then one thing is certain. Waloed has achieved the impossible, and made bedfellows of beastmen and the ether-addled alike. All of which is a roundabout way of saying that you will be in unknown territory when you set foot on Ash. Much of the continent has already been lost to the Blight, and what few ports remain will be fiercely guarded. And that is to say naught of its natural defenses. Offshore currents will cast an ill-equipped ship out to sea one moment, and dash it against the rocks the next. But then the Enterprise is anything but ill-equipped. And Mid has made land there before. Now, if only there were someone with an intimate knowledge of the Shadow Coast, and where a daring gentleman might put ashore. You see, Clive, you had the answer all along.
I did?
Do you think you can get us back to that beach, Mid?
Picked you up from it, didn't I? Not that it were easy. The currents were a right bastard. But then, if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be worth doing, would it?
Well said.
I agree with that sentiment, Mid.
If a few morsels of common knowledge and a sprinkling of tavern talk are worthy of your thanks, I wonder what genuine intelligence might earn me.
Probably more visits. Mid, I need everyone in the ale hall now. I'll fetch Joshua from the shelves.
Aye, aye, Captain.
It's the Love Beach. The Love Beach. Da, 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 da. Wow, that was fast. There's already another quest. Good lord. That was really fast. Are there other ones? Did I? No. Okay. I was like, dude, I just spent 3 hours doing these. Also, thank you for understanding. I appreciate it. One day, if I can go back to saying screw it and not using the ad program, I will. I don't like them as much as you don't. It's from Yote. Hello, Yote.
Is anything the matter? You seem troubled. Perhaps I might be able to help.
My lord. Yes. Perhaps you might. It's your brother. His condition continues to worsen, though he does his best to hide it. The lesion on his chest pains him more with each passing day.
I had feared as much.
There are certain elixirs which can ease the suffering of those afflicted by the curse, but... But His Grace's case is severe. The drafts I have been able to prepare for him thus far have ceased to have any real effect. So I consulted with Talia and certain of my comrades among the Undying about the possibility of finding something stronger. And thankfully, a recipe was found. The only problem being that the critical ingredient is exceptionally hard to come by. And our supplies are almost exhausted. Unless we can secure more soon, My lord, I know that I have no right to make demands of you. But would you help? For Joshua's sake.
For Joshua?
Yeah. Why the hell would I not?
A rare herb by the name of stonerwort. It grows only where the ether is densest. We discovered a patch near the aqueduct in Rosaria. But alas, yet more ether has erupted from the earth there recently, leaving the whole area flooded. The search continues for a new source.
I mean, technically, I could
so
probably
it's only that
reach
you
that
can't
one
reach
fine.
it.
Well,
then I shall go. You've yet to find
I'm
another
literally
sword
gonna
size.
go. What do you?
I'm a dominant. The ether can't hurt me.
Nope.
Well, stonerwort is easily identified by its blood-red blooms. Search around the aqueduct, and you're sure to find some soon enough. I shall remain here.
We
and
have
prepare the
not
other
seen
ingredients.
Barnabas again yet. However, I have been doing a ton of side questing, so that's likely why. Oh, also Yote showed up. Oh frack, when was that? I think we picked her up from Canver? Was it Canver? She was waiting at the top of a tower, I think, and we went there with Joshua to basically get her, or Tabor, that's what it was. Because they had an agreement where, like, hey, if we get separated, we're gonna meet at this place. Let's go get the stuff. Do.
Yeah.
I'm just like, damn it, leave it to me to finish every side quest and hunt. Spend 5 minutes in a cutscene for the main story, and then immediately unlock another side quest. Oh, yeah, I think it's after we brought her back with us, Joiker, they talked, and Joshua made her promise to stay there at the hideout and help defend
now
it.
to find our stonewort.
So that's
Yote
what she's
mentioned
been up
blood
to.
red petals.
Blue flower, red thorns. Blue flower, red thorns.
Just my luck. Well, I won't be picking anything till they're gone. There's only one thing for it.
No, there wasn't another punch. I mean, I suppose, like, I can see somebody's argument for that, Bora. Although, you know, there's also the argument of technically you could just stack up the side quests and do them at your leisure what you feel is a better time. Oh, I got stuck on a corner. That's me in the corner. That's me in the spot. Tonight, using my powers. Hi, Green Witch. How are you doing today, by the way?
Here it is.
Hooray!
Better collect as much as I can before reinforcements arrive. Right. That should do it. Let's get these back to Yote.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely something that we've all casually jabbed at for years. Oh, you know, the whole, oh, the world's under impending doom, etc., etc. Time to go spend 20 hours side questing. But I just kind of feel like that's a general RPG trope at this point. It weirdly doesn't bother me, but maybe it's just because I'm used to it.
Yote.
I found the stuff!
Yes, my lord. Thank you. I'm sure it will serve us until we can find another source.
I'm very glad to hear it.
You and His Grace are very much alike, you know. You think only of how you might help others, and never of the danger to yourselves.
No more than you have minding my brother. You've risked a lot for him, and I thank you for it.
I am honored that you should say so. But I beg you, my lord, do not give too much of yourself for the sake of others. We could not afford to lose you.
I'll keep that in mind.
I'm glad I could help, though. Okie dokie. Oh, I did also want to go look at the Wall of Memories, because from all those side quests, I got like 2 or 3 more things. And I can go stare at how pretty they are? And listen to the pretty music? Yee.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of...
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Also, anyone else find it weird
You'll
that
not find a
S
better
rank
price than that.
was level 45?
Come again. Oh,
And the
don't.
dragon that
I'm not
I
much bothered
fought
either way.
earlier was level 50? Also, that does remind me that I totally forgot to mark off that I had killed that guy. It's dead. It's dead, Jim! But I also feel like the dragon was probably intended for you to be like, ah, fuck, I'll come back later. And I just didn't.
Are abandoning fields and
I
traders
just was
their
like,
roots.
nah.
Most of what we have now.
Nah. Could we come back later? Yeah. But are we gonna? Nah. Martha's Rest signboard. The emblem of Martha's Rest, personal fiefdom of the landlady of the Golden Stables, and an island of safety and security in a sea of anything but. It shows a sleeping chocobo, and the guardians and bearers of Rosaria can too rest easy, safe in the knowledge they have a friend in Martha. I do really like this. Little things. You can't wait to fight the dragon on Final Fantasy mode. Oh man. Yeah, that'll be fun. I don't see myself doing a hard mode playthrough on stream, because I just usually don't do New Game Plus on stream. I usually move on to the bajillion other video games that I've got on my list. But maybe one day I'll get around to working on that off stream. $4,500 for that.
I
have no reason to assume otherwise.
Well, then that changes everything. Clive, you must listen to this. Lawsman, tell him.
Do you recall when we spoke before on the divinity of Ultima? Well, it inspired me to delve deeper into the subject. And what I discovered appears to agree with the findings of His Grace.
You will recall that my quest to uncover Ultima's origins began with the mural at Phoenix Gate. But while I've always known it to be important, its secrets have heretofore eluded me. Now, however, I believe I know where to find the more complete example, one that will reveal all we seek.
Master Clive, have you ever in your travels chanced to hear of the Circle of Malleus? I would think not, few have.
Nope, never heard of it.
There was once a time when the faith flourished, the oldest known religion in the Twins, and though its popularity eventually waned on Storm, hints of its dogma remain embedded in more modern faiths such as the Crystalline Orthodox.
Wait, you said it waned on Storm. What of Ash?
Religious monuments are often torn down or repurposed when new faiths rise to prominence. But if no new faith arose, then perhaps the ancient temples might still stand. And so,
that'd be good for
you
us.
see now why I must accompany you to Waloed.
It would appear the past still has much to teach us.
People
Though in this case, it would not have been possible without the musings of Moss. To think that you carried a copy of my old mentor's chronicles all along. I am relieved to discover it in good hands.
I shall guard it with my life.
Oh, that's cool. Joshua actually had that.
If you're finished here, join me in the ale hall. I need to speak
That
to
would
everyone
be
before
cool,
we leave.
Zaldjian.
Right away.
I don't know if I would have picked that one right off the bat for me personally. Just because, I don't know, I mean, a couple of things have been a little challenging. For me, it's like the normal mode, the action mode difficulty is a good balance between have to actually play a game and use brain versus just getting to kind of enjoy the cool spectacle of it all. But I can definitely understand wanting something a bit more difficult right off the bat. Have a good night, Tonberry. Thanks for joining us. You rest well. I think Clive might be slightly taller. I'm not sure. I also completely understand wanting to let the ending settle in for a night. I'd probably do the same.
By now
even
you've
if
all
I do
heard
start
where we're
New Game
going and
Plus.
why. So I won't bother you with the boring details, only the important ones. If we attempt to approach Stone here by sea, there's a good chance we'll be sighted and fall prey to the capital's artillery. So instead, we'll disembark on the southwest coast and make for Drake's Spine on foot. I say we, but it's highly likely the entirety of Ash is under the rule of Ultima. A large party would only attract unwanted attention, as well as slow our march and require supplies which may be difficult to obtain. Only Joshua and I will be going. And a scout. Preferably a good one. Gav, do you know of any?
You bet your ass I do. I'd still borrow some of Lady Vivian's maps, though. Just in case, like.
Once you've dropped us off at the Shadow Coast, you need to retreat into neutral waters, fly merchant colors, and stay inconspicuous. If you sense any danger at all, you leave us behind and return to Storm.
Inconspicuous is my middle name. But like hell am I leaving anyone behind. The ship ain't going nowhere till your scurvy mugs are smiling on deck.
Jill, the Enterprise will appear a tempting target for royalists and pirates alike. You're to stop anyone boarding.
Don't worry. I'll keep the ship and her crew safe. You'll be needing passage home, after all.
But... very well.
If there are no questions, I'll see you all at the docks.
I'm a little nervous about that since, you know, we kind of took Jill's powers.
Let me know when you're leaving. I want a word before you go.
Of course.
Aw, man! The VA for Clive is gonna play 14 and is gonna roll a Lalafell? Nice. Awesome. Good choice. Looks like no new hunts. I keep checking, because I'm like, I don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss them.
How do you split the sea?
Is something wrong?
Not at all. Honestly. Can't a man wish his friend farewell? Just wanted to let you know that I'll keep things in order while you're off saving the world.
I'll hold you to that.
But I don't know, Otto. I mean, in this world, I'm not sure that you can say goodbye to a friend without worrying them immensely. Oh boy. Hang on, bad guys! There are more hunts! Be right back!
And lumps, the lot of them.
Gotta do these hunts. Oh, also, it doesn't look like there are more side quests that have popped up.
Fancy a look at the list, do you?
Oh,
Here you go.
Bloop, bloop. Nope.
Always something in there.
There is. You always say there's always something, and then every time you say that, there is nothing. Oh, that's weird. Pandemonium. Also an S rank. Cool. Those few souls who were able to escape from Ash before the skies changed tell of Pandemonium, the king of the orcs, who led his fellow beastmen in revolt against Waluder rule. Though his rebellion was swiftly crushed by King Barnabas's armies, many of the orcs who now roam the Twins, sating their appetite for human flesh, bear his markings, suggesting that he still commands his forces today. Okay. Roams the Twins. Red? Question mark? Well, okay. Looks like we have a hunt in Ash.
How do you...
I'm sure that probably means that I'm not gonna be anywhere near able to find it. For now. Which is okay. Yeah, I'm still a fan of Lalafels and Makote. Those are still my two favorites. Sierra are quite cute. But yeah, I like cats. There's a cat behind me, actually. Taking a nap.
Reckon it'll be a long walk to the capital if we follow the cliffs. I'll scout ahead, see if I can't find us an inland route.
Clive. There's something I've been meaning to ask. You took her icon, didn't you?
Yes, I did. She understood.
Oh, she understood.
understood that you decided to save the world all on your own, and that you'd die without her power. How dare you make her choose? You knew damn well she'd never refuse you. But I will. You can't keep pushing us away, Clive. The world is ours to save, not yours.
I used my gift because I thought it was the right thing to do.
And you truly believe this will save you? Will save us all?
I do.
Then so be it. Just don't forget, you're not alone.
Don't mind me petting my cat.
Think I found us a trail. Did I miss something?
Nah. Definitely not just like a brotherly fight or anything.
Joshua didn't.
I don't get it.
Also, oh geez, I hope you're okay, Barry. Yeah, just footfalls and Ash. Just a casual sibling conversation. Just a discussion between brothers.
We're in Waluda territory now. Don't expect a warm welcome.
Oh, I don't know, Clive. That castle over there looks inviting enough.
Shall we sample its inhabitants' hospitality?
Oh no, I don't think Joshua regrets punching him. He's got a point! Clive did kind of put Jill in a position where, of course, she would give Clive her icon.
Remember what I said about warm welcomes, Gav?
Oh, this place is as dead as Grieger's ghost.
Ugh, yeah, this is creepy. And oh yeah, Joshua and Clive have a lot of catching up to do when it comes to sibling shenanigans.
I see only orcs and a cache here.
Let's hope the villagers made it out in time.
You're an only child, so when you got your younger son, it was perfectly natural to want to kill your sibling? Oh. He didn't believe you. He believed your mom second of four when you made her tell him the same thing. There have been plenty of times that my siblings and I have probably wanted to beat the shit out of each other. It's just kind of part of being family. That's just like a common sibling experience, right? Is it even remotely possible to be siblings with somebody and not at some point in your life kind of want to kill them? Ollie says yeah, but Ollie, you don't have any siblings, so I don't know how you would know.
Stay down!
You never felt that way about your siblings? Man, what was that like, Soldier? I mean, I still think it's cool that you and your siblings got along growing up. Because me and my siblings, we did not in a lot of cases. We definitely went through large phases where we did not get along at all. I feel like part of it probably depends on age difference too. Oh, you had stuff with your parents, Elgin. I'm sorry. I feel like that's probably also kind of a common occurrence in that case for siblings to more so band together. I'm glad you had your siblings. I have a sister that's 10 years older than me and a brother that is 7 years older than me. So basically, when they were teenagers, they were too cool for me. But we get along really well nowadays. No, Deus, I was nowhere near an only child. What? I don't know where you got that from. I don't see how my siblings being much older than me means I'm an only child. We lived in the same house together for many, many years. And trust me, I did not get treated like an only child because my brother and sister both had TVs in the room and never came out of their room. So guess who did not get a TV in her room?
It's Camber all over again. Where the hell are the royalists?
Seems you were right about that welcome after all, Clive.
You got along with your sister sometimes, not always super bad. Oh, and your half-siblings are both in their mid and late 30s. Yeah. Well, I feel like especially getting older, it's easier to get along with siblings. Or at least it has been for me. Generally speaking. If they're nice. You have 3 older? The oldest is 13 years older than you. Oh, dang, Simmer. Did y'all get along growing up? Oh, 7 years is the gap between you and your brother, Vora. So you'd get you should play a game with your brother and then try to explain that you can't multiplayer Ocarina of Time and then fights ensue. Yeah. My brother would be forced to play multiplayer with me for Secret of Mana, but just be angry about the fact that I was bad at the game because I was a small child.
Is the whole of Ash fallen into Ultima's hands?
Maybe. Kind of scary though that
That's
the
no
Akashic
peace delegation. We should send a warning to the others.
No. My uncle will have an eye on the coast. I trust he'll find a way to entertain any uninvited guests. Our
Hi,
mark
Yellow
is
Jacket.
Drake's
How are
Spine,
you?
and there's a lot of road between us and it. We press on to Stonehere.
Aye, you never know. It might not be a nest of slathering monsters.
You know, Gab, I still really appreciate your
Clive.
positivity, but...
You must go on ahead without me.
Why?
This stronghold is as old as Phoenix Gate. Perhaps older. It may yet hide Ultima's remaining secrets. And if we are to best him, they must be unearthed.
Okay.
All right. Stay out of trouble.
I always do. Mostly.
Mostly? I don't know. Do you? I feel like you don't stay out of trouble a lot.
You sure about this?
About leaving my brother on his own.
No, we're not
course.
sure.
Mostly.
You doing alright, Yellow Jacket? I'm glad to hear that. Oh, yeah, that's good, Vora.
Lady Vivian's map is so old, it's hard to tell which way is up.
Yeah, and I
But
definitely
if I'm right,
agree.
we're not far from a village called Aistla.
Living with people
Then we make our way
tends
there,
to
resupply, and wait for
put a
Joshua.
lot more of that tension directly in your face. And I am definitely a huge fan of Found Family Harley. As the full saying goes, the blood of the coven is thicker than the water of the womb.
Ugh, this place reeks like a mobile's arsehole. Though I'm guessing it's not the smell that'll kill us.
No, probably not.
Stay down!
Joshua is the trouble. That's probably a fair assessment too. You're 13, 11, and 8 years older? You got along with him great? Ah, but you spent more time kind of amusing yourself. They were often busy while you were growing up. That makes sense. The Angry Gap! Why is the Gap angry? You'll never know. Listen, if Gav knows what a marble's butthole smells like, I'm not gonna judge him for it. I don't want to know what it smells like, but I'm not gonna judge him for knowing. Which end smells worse? Depends on whether or not the marble is currently breathing, I think. Hi, Butter, how are you doing? Hooray! Treasure chest close. And then there's this little section over here. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but let's go find out. Well, I mean, Gav's a very talented scout, so I'm sure he got that knowledge scouting. Oh, it's a squeeze through. Oh, it's one of these. I'm sorry, did I just find the Masamune? And it's shittier than the Ragnarok. Neat. Neat! Ah, trial by ice. Nah, I don't really like these trials, so... Oh well.
Come on.
Only, you know,
Run like
one
the
of the
wind.
most powerful swords in the original Final Fantasy, equipable by literally anyone, but now it's garbage. Trying to read the name of that. Is it trifle? A truffle? A shuffle?
Bahamut's breath.
Yeah, transmog would be cool.
Don't look down, Torgal.
Ha ha ha! Fun.
That must be Estla.
Open up! Bonk. Open it up. Boop, boop, doo. No, I'm fine with the Vorpal sword. Fork it over. Listen, give me all the cool swords. I want to go snicker snack. Maybe if I collect enough swords, I can make a sword that's made of swords.
What do you think, Clive?
Then we're too late.
Damn it.
Hi, John. How are you doing today, by the way?
There's nothing we can do.
I wouldn't say nothing.
Yeah, I think the thing that we can do is murder! All aboard the murder train!
You think all the villages in Ash are like this?
Maybe.
A question for later, Gav. Here they come!
We get it, Gav! There's a lot of dudes! So I have cat hair on my face!
I don't want to die here, Clive.
Then don't.
Then exactly! Damn it, Clive! I was gonna say that!
Stay
That's better.
Oh, I can't hear the drinking of potion in the controller over my headphones, unfortunately. I know it's supposed to be a thing that happens, but I can't hear it.
Is it over yet?
Oh, shit.
Of course it
I was
bloody
scratching my nose! Fucking rude! Hooray! Ooh, and I leveled. Nice, dude. Oh, I mean, yeah, I think that is fair. Probably a good idea to know that, so yeah, Gav is not a dominant, so I can understand him being scared. Whew.
Gav. Gav!
Don't tell me there's more of the bastards. Oh, fuck.
Hey!
Have you come to watch, Odin?
bound for Stonehill. Good. My master awaits you in the capital, though I cannot allow you to attend him in your present state.
I don't know what that means.
And how are you going to stop us?
Why, with this!
I'm sorry, what? What? What the hell? Aw, dude! Thanks for the, once again, Final Fantasy IV reference. Wait, no. Final Fantasy V. That's the one that had the swords. Where's Gilgamesh? Where's Greg? Is there gonna be a battle at a big bridge? Yeah, he trapped us here. Good. Great. Amazing.
If the vessel would see the path opened, it has but to ask.
Wow, thanks.
I shall see that my master's prize is made presentable.
No!
Clive, would you mind telling me what the fuck just happened?
I would if I knew what happened, Gav.
Oh, you've got to be. How are we
Good.
supposed to get through that?
Great. Amazing. I love it.
We seek an
Thanks
audience
for the
with
free
king.
space cage, X-Death!
If His Majesty wants me to come and ask him, then that is exactly what I'll do.
Before you go practicing your petition, we don't even know where the fucker went. How about we cool our heads and think this through, eh?
I mean, we're not exactly going anywhere, so
Maybe
Gav
there's
does
something
have
here
a
we
point.
can use.
Gav does have a point. Okay. I'm gonna save. And while we contemplate how the frick-frack paddywag to get out of here, I'm gonna take my second stream break and get some more water. Because I am out. Why does Odin have to be such a dick? Well, maybe we'll find out when I get back. Wait, also what? Wait. That's a little immersion breaking. That's only slightly immersion breaking, no big deal. Anyway, I guess they wanted to make sure you didn't actually get cut off from doing things, which I do appreciate. Anywho, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll be back in a few minutes. Also, I don't know. For all we know, maybe the wall was just, like, in a big thing, and it was just covering like our progress forward but not backwards. Hi, Angry Trees! Yeah, I was actually just about to go on break and respond, although they literally all came in one big chunk. So that's weird, but I did get them. Don't go too far, y'all. I'll be back. More shenanigans, more video games, etc. Stay tuned. Alrighty, y'all, I am back. Thank you so much for waiting. Who's ready to play more Final Fantasy XVI? It's me. It's me. So there's not actually any other hunts or anything. I just was genuinely curious if it would let me do that, and it does, which is funny. But I'm gonna go back to the main story, because that's currently what we're at. Oh geez, I'm gonna have to walk so far. No. No. I'm just gonna load my save. I'm gonna load my save from before when I tested whether or not I could do that. Oh yeah, for sure, Vora. I appreciate that they were like, okay, we should probably not completely trap them. But if you look, it looks like it literally is just a wall keeping you out of the way forward. I don't think there is another teleport right now, guys. There isn't one. There literally isn't. Because they just activate automatically when you walk by them. Hi, Ollie. Thank you for screaming in my ear. I'm sure that's exactly what I wanted. Hey, Towering Goblin. How are you doing? Yeah, I also thought that it was a circle, and now I realize it's not. And this makes way more sense.
I thought we got them all.
Ah.
So
yep,
did I.
see, there it is. I didn't forget. I literally just didn't walk forward enough to get there. Is someone actually alive?
Please, no.
Miss. Whoa. Easy. Easy. We're not turned, alright?
How are you even here? I don't trust you. I don't trust you one frickin' bit.
My thanks, kind travelers.
Edda, forgive me for asking, but what went on here?
It all started when the skies changed. The elders said it was the Arcade. One by one, people went mad. Minds taken by the ether. Till only I remained. By then, I was too far along to run. And then the nights came. And I didn't know what to do.
And this, Arcade is...
Just a story. Something our grandparents told us when we misbehaved. About how the heavens would grow dark before the land took her last breath.
The end of the world. You said the others went mad. But where did they go?
They all left. Gone east to the tower.
But why
to
didn't
reverie.
you go mad?
The elders, the healer, the blacksmith, my husband.
You thinking he did this?
Of course. Who else could it be? You were in Canva. You saw what he did to the people.
But then what about her? How come her nut hasn't cracked?
The baby, perhaps? Could be protecting her from the ether. I can't think of any other explanation.
You mean... it's a bearer?
It won't matter what it is once Ultima's magic takes hold. Time's running out.
Maybe? I don't know.
This tower. That's where we'll find the king.
I knew it. It's the same as Phoenix Gate.
Hi, Joshua.
Which means at the end of these stairs should be...
Interesting. Why is it the same? Oh, you always like hanging out here. Thanks, Towering Goblin. I'm glad. Aha!
The mural is complete.
And there's all
Ultima
the
and his
icons.
vessel, Ifrit. Garuda, Ramu, Shiva, Titan, Bahamut, Odin. Even Leviathan the Lost is here.
There is a Leviathan!
Where is the Phoenix? By the founder.
Uh-oh. Fuck.
So that's what you want, isn't it, Ultima?
So that's how it's gonna be then?
I'm not asking, Gav. I need you to stay with Edda.
What?
I must do this alone. If I don't return, you're to find Joshua and make for the Enterprise. Understood?
Aye. Just don't you go dying on me. Sid's name suits your miserable mug better than mine.
Don't worry. I haven't finished with it yet.
Aw, man. Cool, well, all of this is bad news. Great. Goody. Golly gee, gosh. Oh boy. Oh hey, treasure. I do like treasure! Oh man. Okay.
If Barnabas is controlling the Akashic, then wherever he goes, they'll follow. And
Makes
so will
sense. I just find it really interesting that Leviathan is Leviathan the Lost. I wonder how long ago they lost him. No, it'll be fine, Bora. Don't worry about it.
Hi, Angry Trees. Hi. Love you.
Yeah, you know what? Lady named Etta who's pregnant in this village full of Akashic people. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Sure, it's fine. Totally fine.
Ollie.
Bird and cat. Bird and cat. Ollie is happy you're home too, I think. He wants to see you. Yeah, you're just born as a dominant. Like I think basically every time it's kind of like the Avatar in Avatar The Last Airbender when the previous dominant dies, then within the next few years or so there will be another that's born that gets chosen by the icon to be the next dominant.
Stay down.
I don't know what you're talking about, Dilettante. There is no movie directed by M. Night Shyamalan about Avatar The Last Airbender. That doesn't exist.
There's something there. I can feel it. But now's not the time.
Now's not the time. There is no movie in Ba Sing Se. Exactly, John. Exactly.
Farewell.
Dude, I literally can't have you both right now. Is Ollie stand-made out of PVC? Yep. Because it cost us like $20 to build it instead of spending $250 on a pre-built one. Because they're incredibly overpriced. Like pretty much anything else that you can buy for a parrot.
No mistakes.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. mean, it's not just parrots, really. It's most pet things, like how a lot of cat trees and other things are quite expensive as well. Ollie, no thank you, ma'am. No thanks. Please do not fly there. Ooh, Edge of Infinity Obelisk. That sounds so good. Hi, Ed, how are you? And I'm not sure, Talons. My guess is 50, but I don't know for sure.
This is it, boy.
I mean, I'd kind of rather no one actually say what level you actually get to, because I don't actually know. Yeah, fuck it, let's go. Ollie, goodness gracious, ma'am. You made a cat scratcher for your cats with 2 boards and carpet samples? Hell yeah, nice. Yeah, of course, Blaine, of course the big Tower of Doom's fine. In what, listen, in what Final Fantasy universe is a giant tower a bad sign? Really? I can't think of a single one.
Stay close, Torgal.
Woof woof. Ollie, do you mind? I'm just trying to, like, exist. The Last King.
The tower.
Apparently Ollie really fucking minds. Jeez. Girl, what? What? Sorry, y'all. I'm gonna have to figure out what's up with Ollie real quick, because she is just literally screaming at the top of her lungs and flying in circles, landing on the bed. What? Are you ready for bed? Are you tired? Is that the problem? Are you tired? Y'all, I think Ollie is grandma. I think she says it's time for grandma. Bedtime. She wants to go to bed. I don't think she wants to see us fight Odin. Okay. I'm gonna put Bird Friend to bed. Enjoy this. Enjoy this. Okay. I put Ollie to bed. Did you all enjoy staring at Bard A? I hope so. I hope it was your favorite thing today. I'm back. And I'm just gonna hide Ollie's camera since she won't be there. Cause she was tired. She's like, Mom, I'm tired. I need rest. I need to rest my beautiful bird feathers. So, she in bed now. Hi, Usai. How are you?
It's alive.
It's alive! Number 5 is alive. Stares into your soul.
More echoes of the fallen. They seem to feed on ether. There shouldn't be any here. Let's try. To me, flames!
Okay, the music in here is dope. Creepy. Creepy, happy, fun elevator time.
Why do all their floors seem to have a mind of their own?
Aw. Can't jump off.
You're finished.
What do you do if you actually like Crystal Tower, though? Giga Flare! Ow! Okay, that's not something that I knew was going to happen with the explosion, but I'm fine. Okay, it's that way. did I come from over here? Shit, dude, I don't know. I think so, maybe? Yeah, I must have, because it's a dead end. Hey, Ocelot, how are you doing today? Welcome to cool part of the main story, TM. Where, I don't know, maybe at the end of this we'll have to fight Odin. I'm really not sure. Kinda scared. Honestly, I'm slightly terrified of all of this, because I'm like, dude, I don't actually know how long this part of the MSQ is. I don't know how much time it's supposed to take me to do this, and I know that I'm not going to want to stop in the middle of it, so I don't really know what to do. It's terrifying. Cool lightning hands, bud. I really need to use that cold snap thing more often. Oh, you rotated out of Rook's Gambit. I can't, man. I have to have it. It's so good. But, you know, to be fair, there's also a lot of really good moves out there. Also, my tummy just rumbled. Ah, good. Another spooky elevator. I love it.
If I were Barnabas, where would I be?
The top.
The top. So I could look down on the world.
Oh, you've been playing Tears of the Kingdom? Nice! I'm glad to hear you're enjoying watching me play this while you play Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom is super good. Also, hello, a drove of enemies. How's it going?
Farewell. Farewell.
Ignition do be like birds. That it do. Okay. Let's go. Hey, Master Welch, welcome. Hello there. Just to let y'all know, this is somewhere in the late game of Final Fantasy XVI, so definitely spoilers if you are earlier in the game. Also, I'm so glad they added jumping to Final Fantasy. I don't know why this still makes me really happy, but it does. Oh. Oh. It has a chest cannon. That's less cool.
Well,
Soul Taker, goody.
That's new. Though I expected a full like all the rest.
This is still my first playthrough, so please no spoilery-nos.
You're a fine hound. Nice try.
Oh, you're still pretty early. This, if you're still pretty early in your first playthrough, this is definitely spoiler territory. If that is a concern of yours, Welch. If not, well, props to you, cause I hate spoilers. I wish that I could play a game the same without, or with them as without them. Alas. Hey, Anthony, thank you for the good luck. I hope you're doing well.
You know what to do, boy.
Aw, thanks, Welch. I appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the game as much as I am. Like, this is probably freaking game of the year for me. Not that I've seen the end of it, but it's definitely on track. No, Clive, open the chest, silly goose. Alright, which one of these doors am I supposed to go through? That one? Okay. Oh, that one's inaccessible! Same, Zul'jin. Wouldn't that be cool? I guess the closest we can get is either watching watching somebody else play it for the first time, or when they do things like full remakes. And that's not, you know, it's not the same as playing it for the first time again, but it's still pretty damn cool. Like, I'm really looking forward to Super Mario RPG in November. Are you gonna have two small orbs with you? Orb! It's an orb! Ba-ba-ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Got Ozma control node!
Nice try. Like, honestly, yeah. Keep hitting me with all the Final Fantasy IV references. Please do. Also, fuck. Should've saved my lasers! Fuckity fuck. Nice try. Come on. My dodge timing is suddenly, like, very off for this. Also, wow. Control node has, like, so much anti-stagger. Rude. Oh, hey! What's up? Welcome to the party! Hey, Metal, I'm good. How are you doing? Also, thank you so much for the 64-month resub earlier. What's one more, eh, Toggle?
Aurum Giant. Hello. Fuck. Ow.
Wake! Slow.
Too far away! Buckles! It's fine. I killed him anyway. Aurum Giant dismantled! Wabbity wabbity wow! Ooh, finishing up Fable 3. Nice! I love the Fable games. Hi, Fifi! I hope D&D was good! It's a terrible day for rain.
Almost there.
The crown. Man, oh man. It was corrupt a bunch of quests, mostly chill. Nice. Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. Okay. We have ads coming up in like literally a minute, so I'm gonna go ahead and click to play them. And I am going to chill here and run in a circle because I get the feeling that whatever is upstairs, no one's really gonna get, no one's gonna want to miss that, so I'm gonna play them now instead, so ready your ears. I'd rather play them now and get them out of the way. Wait, can we play with Torgal? No. Oh, it won't let me. Oh, I can't pet Torgal right now, y'all. I'm sorry. I was going to. But game was like, no, it's too serious of a moment. You can't do that. Instead, actually, you know, what do I even have equipped? I'm trying to figure out what of this is actually gonna help me, if any. I think I do have that one that increases rising flames damage. Guess I could equip that. Oh, there are doodles! Oh, yeah, I want to go see! Oh, kind of like Bayonetta for you, Zacharian. Love to watch, can't play it. I will say, I really enjoyed Bayonetta overall, but I most definitely made a huge fucking mistake trying to play on normal. I should have just picked easy for Bayonetta, because it was my first spectacle fighter. Oh, also, Feifei! Did you see Hot is currently in the lead again? Currently, for Egg, Hot is in the lead, which is Dragon type. But there is still plenty of time for it to go anywhere, really. Whether that be Abomination, or Moogle, or what have you. Go look at this. Oh my god, these are adorable. I like how in the first one, I'm mad at Trop because Life 2 is a terrible game. And then in the second one, we're just ripping apart Life 3? Question mark? And Feifei's like, no, it's okay. We're gonna play Clue. It's fine. We're gonna play Clue. It's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Oh, good. And my costume for Clue is literally just dressing up as a murderer. That's great. I love those techie. Okay, ads are over, so now we're gonna climb this tower. If you were seeing ads, thank you. I appreciate you. I waited so that you will not miss whatever the hell is at the top of this tower. Thank you for supporting the stream in the way of I do get 55% from the ads while using this silly ad manager thing, which does help me continue to be full-time. Which inevitably does mean
He's here.
more streamity streams for all of us. It's not the end all be all, but it does help. Yeah, I always try to do that if I can, Camaro. Either play them before all the cool stuff happens, or push them back with the snooze button if I have it available, if it's, like, already in the middle of cool stuff. I'd much rather you not miss anything. You're gay?! What?! Miss, thank you for gifting a sub to Camaro Girl.
The blade must ever feed if her edge is to remain keen.
Nom 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 nom.
What care you for these worthless creatures? They are nothing. Weak from the moment of their conception, Ever longing for power not theirs to command, they turn unfailingly upon themselves. Like sheep, they roam in filthy flocks, eager to trample those few gifted a fleece of gold. Or that they might feel contentment with their pitiful existence. Prejudice and persecution, severance and strife, every earthly wrong springs from the malice in men's hearts. Malice born of the pain and suffering that is free will.
Oh good, this whole thing again.
Its corruption is gnawed at your being from the very moment of your birth.
Nah, fuck that shit. I'd rather be a flawed human being with free will than a mindless zombie.
It is no corruption. It is who I am. Every choice I make, right or wrong, gives me reason to carry on. And carry on I shall. Not as a puppet, but as a man. Which are you?
There was a time I too thought those the only choices.
What?
Long ago, God granted man the gift of magic. And with that gift did he build great civilizations. Yet over time, man lost sight of the gift's true meaning, stepping from the path of shared prosperity to one of avarice.
Okay.
He abandoned his creator for sword and flame, and through his folly, beckoned the blight.
I don't believe that at all.
There were those few who refused to turn their eyes from the heavens, and they prayed to God that he might lead them back to righteousness. And the Lord, he did answer. Before the worthy shall the gates of paradise open. And so did I spread my arms to the ether, and cast my soul upon its gentle waters. I gave myself unto him.
You were out of your damn gourd.
Is this?
Bro, the reason for the blight is
My
you.
worth proven, the Lord charged me thus. If your kind are to find salvation, they must be made to serve. You see, paradise lies but a single step away. Could we only take it? Could we only leave our transgressions behind? For none save the pure of heart and mind may set foot in the new world. I will save us. But it all begins and ends with you.
Sir,
you are the key, Mythos.
This is exactly what
and
cult
with
leaders
this
say.
humble offering, shall I prove my faith
Trust
once
me,
more?
I have watched
So you
enough
forsook your
true
kingdom.
crime documentaries.
You forsook yourself to serve. Tell me, how is that living? What you seek to provide is not salvation. It's anything but. Life is about always having a choice. Take that away, and we might as well be dead.
It's a good laugh.
Very well. Come then. Show us the strength of your will.
It's not the strength of my will that should worry you. but the weakness of yours.
Oh! Burn! Get him!
If you think your will the stronger, prove it. By this day's end, you shall know the truth.
Nice try.
Blessed with the might of a god, yet still you fight like a man. I tire of this.
Waken winds!
I got stuck.
Must I show you? Show me more. And will you see? God chose you to serve as his vessel, and you cling to this foolish notion of hope when there is none.
I think you are jealous that Ultima needs us.
Fuck.
Hey, oh, are we putting away our mortal forms? This is a big Hans. It's a big old Hans.
Finally, we can begin.
How is he so big?
Almost.
That didn't look good.
You have been shown the path. Now you must follow it. Free yourself, Mythos. You will not defeat me otherwise.
We'll see.
Perhaps you still require persuasion.
Too slow.
Enough, Mythos!
Too slow.
I'm literally spamming the button.
Don't disappoint me!
Nice try.
Your will hinders you.
Nice try.
What? It cannot be.
Defeated. You admitted defeat the moment you turned your back on us.
Tell him.
Turned your back on the truth, Barnabas. We are not as weak as your god believes.
Yeah! Stab that bitch! Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure he's like basically sucking up all of the ether in the entire goddamn continent. So, you know, might be a bit of an issue. Ah! Hi, Slick!
Damn it.
Not good.
What are you waiting for? Men know nothing of strength. But you will.
Cool story, bro.
No enough.
Cool fucking story!
it be you have made a weapon of your weakness? My apologies.
God, you're such a dick.
You are not the fool I took you for. And so it ends.
No!
Uh-oh.
Don't tell me you are tired, Mythos! Your stubborn defiance has stirred my long-becalmed heart, filling it with a joy that I have not known for generations!
Yeah, he definitely out of gourds.
The tantalizing kiss of self-indulgence, a dream forever out of reach! And now that its sweet ruin courses through my veins, I shall not be quick to relinquish it. Show me your work, Mythos, that I might revel in it! Come to me! Disappointment of lesser rivals, but no more.
Oh, baby girl, you're no Xenos.
Oh, my constant congregation.
Oh my god. No, y'all. Oh, holy fuck. Now his armor looks like X-Death. Sorry, I just need to pause for a second to talk about that! Now he's fucking X-Death!
Peace unending.
How do you know this day will come? What proof have you?
Why, you, Mythos. Your mere existence is proof of the Lord's grand design.
I'll never serve your god!
Alright. You know what? Fuck you. Fuck you, you little fucking piece of shit-ass X-Death wannabe! I've had it with you.
not my crown, Ethos.
Okay, man, this is actually kind of hard to dodge.
Could wrest it from my head.
Yeah, this is actually kind of annoying to dodge because the graphics don't line up the way I would think.
Have you the will? The rapture! I am yours, Mythos. Claim me as your prize! At long last!
I'm uncomfortable. I'm extremely uncomfortable.
No more slaughter! Let's try.
Oh boy. That's really unfortunate.
Well, the day is at an end.
And we both know the truth. It is I who stand victorious. My will that prevailed.
Your will? No. It was his. Clive Rossfield.
I don't need your power, weirdo. The power of the icon Odin made manifest. This shard of crystal is as black as a moonless night and can be heard to emit a soft hum when held to the ear. Hey, Asheltron, how are you? I don't know, the game said slain, so I'm gonna take that at face value. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, now I guess we walk down to where he fell. Why? Can we just kill him and not take his power, though? Because then wouldn't that actually ruin Ultima's stuff more?
Perhaps there is strength in will. Would that I had not relinquished my own.
You relinquish nothing. What was it, if not will, that made you strive for a new world? Strive to win your master's approval? You were shown a fantasy, and you chose to believe it. But you were wrong. There is no world, but the one we live in.
You could say that that makes this his final fantasy. Yeah! I don't regret it at all.
And that world is worth saving, even if it means killing a god.
Sorry, I'm not sorry. That's my opportunity to say it, and I'm taking it.
Bold words. From one who has served the Lord so well.
This is pointless.
But I almost forgot. I promised that I would make you presentable. Did I not?
Yeah, and I know what you meant by presentable was giving me your power, but I really don't want it. So, can I not? Can we say no thank you?
We shall fulfill our destinies. Just as the Lord's Mother Crystals have fulfilled theirs. Come, Clive Rossfield. Take what is rightfully yours. Become one with God.
No.
I don't want it. Why can't we just fucking stab him or something?
At long last, salvation. I'm coming home. Mother.
Tell me, how does it feel?
Show yourself! Face me!
I'm fine.
How does it feel to consume your rival's strength? To gorge yourself on their being? To edge step by trembling step ever closer to the divine? With or without a will, you are still but a vessel. Our vessel. Behold, how your body shudders in anticipation of its fate.
No thank you, I don't want it.
Oh. It's not yours yet.
No. Come then, O wayward child. We shall await you upon the back of the first worm. There, all shall end and begin again.
Also, why does the statue of Ultima look so familiar? Like, I can't put my finger on it, but it's like I've seen it in another Final Fantasy somewhere, and I don't know where. goes X-Death's gates. Also, oh good, a vessel complete. And meanwhile, everything's on fire again.
Run!
Rendela, oh no. Shit.
Quickly, my lord, quickly!
Why the hell is my city falling with the gases?
Don't ask me, ask them! Since when was Eugen Havel one to hide when there was a fight to be had?
Since they stripped me of my rank and banished me from the battlefield. Now I'm stuck wiping the backsides of this lot while the city burns and my wife tails off with a man half my age! And then you turn up! What the hell are you doing here anyway?
Man, I definitely wish I could know the backstory between these two.
The enemy numbers 200,000 or more, counting yours. There are simply not enough soldiers garrisoned in the capital to repel an army of that size.
Then what of the central keep?
Held by a contingent of soldiers and bearers from the surrounding boroughs. They are the sole reason it still stands. And all it took was an army on their doorstep to bring them together.
The prospect of death does put things into perspective. Perspective.
Perhaps it's what we've lacked all along.
Well, this is not good.
Havel, I need you to lend me some of your best men, preferably all of them.
My best men? Does it look like I have any more?
I admit this might not be the most convenient time, but my nephew's in trouble, and I may have already promised him your help.
Your nephew, the outlaw? Never! My soldiers have better things to do than die for nothing.
And you and he are of the same mind.
Clive fights for the opposite. He fights for a world in which we shouldn't have to live and die for nothing.
And he fights today to give us all a chance of a better tomorrow.
Be that as it may, a handful of men cannot stand against the kingdom.
I'm sorry, this incredibly serious diplomatic conversation happening in the middle of combat is just cracking me the hell up.
Then mayhap they are the wrong men.
Damn!
Our numbers are few, but I shall rally as many of my dragoons as I'm able. You, apprise the Lord Strategist of the state of the city's defenses.
Yes, Your Radiance.
And you would fight alongside us?
I owe the Phoenix a debt.
Man, Dion doesn't even have
Aye,
his
but I still
powers
have my
anymore,
doubts about
and is
you.
still the
Which we can
fucking
discuss
goat.
later.
Indeed.
You said you had men garrisoned in the keep. Captain, do you know how many yet remain?
Allow me to confirm. Commander?
Whatever their number, Randalar will be needing
Gather the
them
bodies
all.
and build a pyre in the courtyard. Quickly.
Terence.
My lord.
Thank goodness.
You will find a girl there.
I am so fucking relieved Terence is alive. I was so worried that he had died. Yay! Yay! Tion's boyfriend isn't dead. Thank God.
A girl.
Thank you, sweet baby Kirby.
We are in the middle of a war.
I owe her my life.
and I always pay my debts.
Oh, good. And he's gonna
You are to see that she is provided for.
take after the potion girl.
Dion, I cannot leave.
But you shall. If I am ever to be worthy of the forgiveness of our people, then I must earn it. And I must earn it by my hand, and my hand alone. Know that I do not ask this lightly.
Oh, but now I'm sad they're gonna be
Know
split up
that I will do it.
again.
Farewell, Terence.
Is that all you're gonna say?
Farewell. My prince.
Oh. Well, now I'm sad they didn't really get to properly say goodbye because of rank and things. I swear I'm gonna fist fight someone in real life if Dion dies.
Clive!
Thank fuck. You alright?
I am. But I'm a damn sight better for seeing you, Joshua.
And Barnabas.
Glad
king
Joshua's
is dead.
okay.
So they're all...
They are, but so is their killer. He can't hurt anyone anymore. You're safe.
Gav, we need to talk.
I'm sorry, Clive. You know I want nothing more than to go with you.
I do. But I'm glad you're heading back to the Enterprise nonetheless. And not just for Etta's sake. Our people need to know what happened here.
You can count on me.
As can she, I hope.
Thank you, me lords.
Do you think that was wise?
Wiser than leaving a woman with child alone in the Deadlands. They'll be safer at the hideaway. For now, at least.
Now we get to go punch Ultima in the face.
This land is overrun with Akashic. The king himself was long turned, albeit by choice, all to serve Ultima in his damnable quest to forge the perfect vessel.
The chaos Barnabas wreaked upon nation after nation. How many were killed for this?
He didn't consider it killing, or a mercy of sorts. A way to end their suffering. He truly wanted to save mankind, and ultimately used that.
As he uses us.
But why us? What are we?
What are we? We are dominance. That is our fate. But that doesn't mean we have to accept it, which is why we fight. For the right to deny it. Is that not so?
It is. For our sins. Barnabas said something else. That the Mother Crystals were Ultimas.
Ultimas? Are you certain?
We know that the Mother Crystals have been leading the land of Ether.
Mm-hmm.
And we also know that it's this which hastens the spread of the Blight. But what I cannot fathom is what Ultima stands to gain from that. What did you find at the stronghold?
The truth about Ultima's prize.
Oh?
For so long, I believed it to be you. And you alone. Yet, it is not merely a freat that he desires, but a freat and phoenix both. That which we became in the skies over Twinside. Only when the twin flames are joined shall his vessel be complete. Quite why he needs a vessel is another question. Unless there is something he cannot achieve without one. Something his immaterial form precludes. Something requiring an unthinkable amount of ether and a body resilient enough to channel it. If I did not know better, brother, I would think that he meant to cast a spell. A spell 1,000 years in the making. A spell to end all spells.
And he cannot do it without us. Nor
So
without
he
the Mother
wants to
Crystals.
cast Ultima.
But if we destroy them all, we will stop not only the Blight, but Ultima as well. We stick to the plan then. Only this time,
we face him together.
Well, it's a long walk to Stone here. Let's not keep Ultima waiting.
Brotherhood.
When Barnabas fell, his magic died with him. The road to Stone here is barred to us no longer.
Well, there it is. The last one. And a perfect time to call it a night. Congratulations, chat! We've won a cliffhanger! But we made progress! Let's see how much, according to my PS5. 82% of the game. Oh boy! Haha! Oh man. This is officially a Monday Spoonee problem.